Hey, hey. All right, I'm up for a terrible joke. Let's do it. You're this stream's sponsor, so I'll put up with it. Hit me. What you got? Why is October 4th a trucker's favorite day? Is it because it's 10-4? Yeah, it's 10-4, good buddy. All right, that indeed qualifies as a terrible joke. All right. Good evening, everyone. My name's Phil Gallagher. I run Thraben University, a site for legacy, death, and taxes. Though today we're not playing D&T, we are playing a donation deck list. We are playing Red Prison. So, there was this card from the new set called Legion War Boss. And it's kind of like a second Goblin Rabblemaster. It's a 2/2 with Mentor, which means when it attacks, you can put a +1/+1 counter on a creature that's smaller than it. And at the beginning of combat on your turn, create a 1/1 red goblin creature token. That token gains haste until the end of turn and attacks this combat if able. So it's a little bit different than Goblin Rabblemaster. So with Goblin Rabblemaster, the other goblin creature token, other goblins you control attack each turn if able. So every turn if you have a Goblin Rabblemaster, all your stuff has to attack. With Legion Warboss, that's not true. Only the turn you make it is it forced to attack. So these two things are a little bit different. What they have in common is they're both super aggressive, and they play pretty well together. So when I saw this card, my first thought was, oh man, can we play 8 Goblin Rabblemaster Red Prison? And the answer was, fuck it, why not? I have already played a couple of leagues with this off stream, so I have already formed my opinion of this card. I'm not gonna spoil it by saying what I think about this. I'm gonna kind of see how the matches develop because my sample size is small. I only played 2 or 3 leagues off stream with it, so we'll see how it is. In order to jam these into the main deck, what I've done is I've removed some of the other top end of this deck. So, do I still have it? No, I don't. So, pre-bannings, I was playing a lot of Karns. I was playing Ensnaring Bridge as well. And the first list that I saw featuring both of these on Reddit had removed Ensnaring Bridge and Karns to make the deck more aggressive, putting Hazaret in and Legion Warboss, which I think kind of makes sense. I've changed the rest of the sideboard, but I kept the main deck that I saw on Reddit. Although I think I split snow-covered lands versus not snow-covered lands, which I don't know that original deck list had. So as far as the sideboard goes, the Ensnaring Bridges are still super important. You're really kind of soft to opposing creature decks, and you need something to lock them out. The original sideboard I had Leyline of the Voids, and it had 4 Sulfur Elementals and 3 Chaos Warps. I'm not in love with Chaos Warp, so I wanted Sorcerer's Spyglass. It shuts off Planeswalkers and randomly like hoses some combo decks, and I thought that upside was pretty good as opposed to Chaos Warp, though Chaos Warp can get rid of basic lands for your Blood Moon effects. And I noticed I didn't really have a ton of ways to interact with opposing stuff at all in this build. This build of Red Prison is closer to Red Stompy than most of the other versions that I've played have been. You're a little bit less controlling in Game 1. Game 1, your plan is like, red, get them dead. Or, more accurately, red and 2 colorless, get them dead. But, you know. So I wanted a little more interaction, so I threw a Braids in here. I decided Scab Clan Berserkers over Leyline of the Void probably fit in better with my plan of, like, just get them dead with the most aggressive creatures I can possibly find. And the original version had 4 Sulfur Elementals, which I understand why. The Death and Taxes matchup is pretty bad, but I decided on a split of a Braid and Sulfur Elemental to kind of give me more overlap elsewhere. All right, so this donation deck list is brought to you by Felchmaster9000, who said he wanted to see some Red Prison. Hopefully this is an entertaining build. Again, I'm not going to kind of spoil my thoughts here. I'll just kind of like let it naturally progress, and we'll see how it shakes out. Man, Lejay is crushing it at the beginning of this season. 7 trophies already is insane. Advan, I think Warboss is probably pretty nutty in a lot of different formats. I don't know that it will be nutty in well, I have my suspicions about how good it is in Legacy. But I can imagine that, like, in Standard, backed up with a handful of other cheap creatures and some, like, red spot removal, like your Lightning Strikes or Wizard Lightnings or whatever you have right now, seems pretty good. I say with no understanding of the Standard card pool, obviously. I don't do anything fast here, and I'm on the play. I don't love this. Like, this is a fine hand if I draw into another land, but I think my opponent's a Delver player, so I think I'm just going to try to get something that interacts on turn 1. This is not that. This hand's actually, like, really good. Yeah, I'll top that. So we're shooting for turn 1 Chalice resolving into turn 2 Hazaret or Rabblemaster. Brainstorm Fetch, I won't take the time to write up an article on that. But I will do a recap at the end of the stream that verbally talks about my thought. So it seems like my opponent is a Delver deck featuring an island. The island is becoming more and more popular in just assorted versions of Delver. It's become very popular in Death's Shadow Delver, where they're playing Oftentimes both island and swamp now. I don't think I'm willing to play that out here. Of note, if my opponent is playing Death Shadow Delver, there is a possibility that they have a Dismember, which can kill Hazoret, even though it is indestructible. But it looks like we're looking at Grixis Delver here. Oh! Well, fuck, that's real good! What's my opponent doing? Is this just like a Grixis control deck that happens to have days? I don't exactly know. So the reason that I speculate this is Grixis control is because I feel like getting Goblin Crater Maker back again and again and again with K command seems kind of sweet. Now if my opponent can just like bolt this Rabble Master, we're at parity. Except my opponent has 5 cards to my 0. Unclear currently how good this Blood Moon actually is. I don't know how important it is that I take my opponent off of black. I have, like, literal no idea. So my opponent now is probably just going to look for counter spells to back up this Delver and just try to ride it out for the next 5 turns. I have a lot of aggressive draws that can realistically race the Delver. But without bridges, I don't sort of have a hard lock against this. And even, like, I don't know how many Goblin Crater Makers are on the other side of the table either. Playing that second Delver seems very brave to me. I don't know my opponent's hand, though. Rob, I just started. I thought it was going fine. If it's game 1, I had a Chalice on 1, and then my opponent played Goblin Crater Maker. So, I lost. So I think I probably want a Braids. That's probably maybe Bridges too. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that as a main deck card. It was obviously insane in this exact scenario. More generally, I don't know how I feel. I probably want to drop some number of fiery confluences. And I probably want to drop some number of these threats. Yeah, more or less. I swapped Bridges for War Boss, and I swapped Karn for Hazaret. Alright, so if I'm trimming one of these, which is better to trim? This one can theoretically, like, make some tokens that can block. This one's slightly more aggressive. Unclear. Normally in this sort of, in, like, creature matchups, I, like, end up cutting one of these anyway. Like, a lot of times, like, when my opponent's playing a bunch of creatures, I board my Rabble Masters out. Maybe I trim all of those, and then, like, trim 2 of these or something like that. Goblin Crater Maker main. And that even makes these bridges not, like, the safest thing in the world either. Rough. Alright, so this doesn't have a turn 1 lock piece, but it has 3 very good turn 2 plays. This hand goldfishes extremely quickly, and is relatively Thoughtseize proof. I expect this to get countered. Although it could just get vaulted. Alright, opponent has an Abrade. They're a little ways off from casting that. They can do it next turn to answer, like my Rabble Master if I play one out. Well, I'm gonna try. My opponent's Blind Flip Delver is going to be real good against my double Ancient Tomb hand. But I do get to play double Rabble Mask. Never mind. I mean, I've played Hostage Taker in Legacy, so just throwing that out there. I essentially use this turn to make a 1/1 because my opponent is just going to get to like Abrade this Rabble Master here. But I can't exactly afford not to play it, I don't think. There must be multiple of these for my opponent to like see it 2 games in a row early without any manipulation for it. Tilt. Alright, so I can play Hazaret. Okay. This is only players, or only creatures, right? Yeah. So, I can't attack with everything or I die. I need to leave one thing back so that Goblin Crater Maker can't just attack me and kill me. I guess that thing is Goblin Rabble Master. And I'll trade with it. And I'll just die to a removal spell. That's fine. Yes, I am playing, what is it, Goblin Warboss? No, Legion Warboss. I'm trying it out. I've already got my thoughts on the card. But we're just getting savaged this round by main deck Goblin Crater Makers. Yeah, I knew about that. I could have played around that, but I was pretty dead. Like, I couldn't one more turn, like, clock my opponent and kill them. Yeah, guaranteed dead. Yeah, so I played 2 or 3 leagues with this deck list off stream. Or, sorry, not this exact deck list, this main deck off stream. So I've already kind of established my opinions on the card. But I'm going to kind of let these games play out and gather more data. If I draw a soul land, this is insane. If I draw a chalice, this is insane. So I have 12 hits that make this nuts. Is that enough to keep? It's essentially like 25% chance to have a nuts hand. Otherwise, this hand is just fine. I think that's okay. I'm not, like, super thrilled about this hand. Fucking elves. We're gonna get them. We're gonna get them. Note that I'm not going to play out the Chrome Mox until I use it for Reclamation Sage reasons. Oh god, I'm scared. Hold me, chat. We might die. We're not gonna die. We might die. God, are you just gonna, like, fucking natural order me right here? And just, like, poop some giant fucking idiot that I can't handle that shouldn't be in your main deck. Oh, well, that's fine. I thought it was going to be way worse. I still don't know that I can beat this without Ensnaring Bridge, though. Chandra deals 4 damage. Alright, let me look. Okay. I do have an out. It's a little weird. So my out is draw a Legion War Boss and repeatedly chump block the Crater Hoof forever. That is the game plan. That can beat the Hoof. If my opponent has a Rex Sage, this is a clear mistake. And just like Rex Saging my Chrome Mox means I probably just like can't win. Man, if I had a Pyroclasm, that'd feel real good. So now if I draw a Legion War Boss off the top, that's not good enough. So I need like Legion War Boss into Legion War Boss. And now, I guess Legion War Boss isn't good enough anymore. All these cards feel kind of medium. Like, the bridges aren't great at stopping 1/1s. And it's beatable with, like, Rex Sage. Spyglass can stop the whole, like, bounce shenanigans, but is kind of medium. I don't love, like, these here. The Magus and the Blood Moon stuff is okay on the play, noticeably worse on the draw. And now my opponent is probably going to have, like, Assassin's Trophy to deal with my lock pieces. I probably still need a bridge. I'm not sure how much more I want to actually sideboard beyond that. Hazoret also doesn't seem very good against, like, the bounce engines that they have. He's just not going to crash through for 5 damage successfully very often. I agree. I also feel like Red Prison is very poorly positioned in the metagame. 100% agree. Oh yeah, I love this deck. I had a blast playing this deck. Maybe I play a couple of these. Just like preemptively stopping Wirewood Symbiote matters a lot, I think. That's unplayable. Mulligan. I probably don't need that. I'm going to be looking for land. Because we're going to go turbo and just like try to Mize a free one with this Chalice on one here. It probably doesn't work, but maybe. We'll play Chalice into Moonman and see if that's good enough. With any luck, opponent doesn't fetch a basic. But that's very hopeful. Alright, so we have two somewhat annoying cards in play. That actually taps for mana right now, where it wouldn't otherwise. Isn't that cute? What's Scald? Is that one of those, like, deal 5 damage to something sort of cards? Alright, so my opponent has Rex Sage. So they can Rex Sage my Chalice on the next turn. And then start deploying all of these 1-drops. I'm going to go ahead and shut off the Wirewood Symbiote. Oh, interesting. Taiga. There might be like a Rurikthar in here. Alright. I don't think I'm attacking right now. Seems too likely that my opponent will want to trade with me. And I care about this Magus. So now I'll start hiding. They've got an answer to it in Abrupt Decay, but it's not an answer that can be used immediately. I guess the Bursler Rangers plus like tapping Rex Sage can actually make the black, and then that can get rid of any of my stuff. Awkward. And then if my opponent uses it to get rid of the Spyglass, then they can play Wirewood Symbiote, bounce their Rex Sage my other stuff. I am in a precarious position. I'm hoping my opponent just plays out a shit ton of 1-drops here and lets me just confluence them all. That did not occur. Super unfortunate that I couldn't Fiery Confluence that turn. Just gonna be like dead to a natural order at any given time. All right. I'll die to a glimpse instead. Well, the idea is it's okay that you have bad top decks because you're able to largely invalidate what your opponent is doing with your cards. So a lot of times your cards like Chalice or Blood for Moons are effectively like 7 for 1s or something absurd like that. So because of that, it doesn't matter if you have some bad top decks. So I'm not going to concede here, even though I'm pretty sure I'm dead, because on the off chance that my opponent fizzles, I'm almost 100% to cast Fiery Confluence on my turn, because any land or any red card allows me to do it. But it feels like this is just going to be a green sun for a hoof, and that's all she wrote. So just as an aside, while I'm waiting to like join into the next match, here are some of the upcoming streams that I'm going to be doing. And note, now that the Legacy Premier League is over, I am going to go and return to my previous streaming schedule of Monday, Wednesdays, and Saturdays. So, obviously I can't compete with the Legacy Premier League in terms of viewership, and I was commentating most of that time, so I moved my stream to Thursdays. But then I started competing against Jarvis, which is not something I want to do because he's someone else sponsored by Cardboard Live. So I'm going to move that stream to Wednesday again. So you'll be able to see me Monday and Wednesday at about 7 p.m. Eastern Time, and then Saturday mornings at whenever I'm ready to go. It was very anticlimactic. Like, Bryant Cook just came in and smacked Jarvis around, and that was that. 3-0, 6-0. Just, like, absolutely get there with Dredge. No contest. Admittedly, Bryant's opening hands were pretty great almost every game. No, I just kind of made, like, a quick screen to go to. Just for like when I wanted to like just talk and say something that had like a slightly bigger camera and that also had some of my other things up. Well, I'm keeping this. Turn 1 Chalice, turn 2 Chandra. Deal. I've only played 2 matches with this on stream. No comment quite yet. I think there were some positive things about today's announcements that are not going to be viewed as positives due to how this announcement was pushed out. I think Magic Fest is kind of a less sexy name, to be sure. But I don't care what they call it as long as I can play Magic. Like, the prize pool being more evenly distributed instead of being super top heavy is good for 90+% of the Magic players. So, like, that part of the announcement, I think, was great. That's unfortunate. I considered putting Goblin Rabblemaster under in order to, like, play around that exact scenario. But I didn't, because if my opponent was a Daze deck, then this Chalice is already doing incredible amounts of work, and my Rabblemaster as a follow-up probably wins the game anyway. Or this will, too. We're going to put this on 2 to play around a Goblin Crater Maker, right? And we're done. I think the biggest piece of uncertainty from today is how any of the stuff they're actually going to do actually works. Like, they announced this new prize structure tier, like these 4 tiers, but it's like super unclear when what is going to be, and like, are those going to change based on attendance numbers? Are those done under like projected attendance numbers? There's a lot of stuff like that that I really want to know that aren't there. But universally, their current like RPTQ, PPTQ system is just hated by players. So I think any sort of change is probably a net positive change there. Yeah, if you scroll around Twitter right now and you use your Twitter primarily for Magic purposes, it's almost entirely negative feedback about today's announcement for many assorted reasons. And like, I'm glad that I don't need to try to understand all of the changes that are being made right now because I am not a paper Magic grinder. You know, I don't have to schedule flights to these places. I don't have to deal with that sort of stuff at this time. Well, the RPPTQ system was not well liked. And I can say that, like, from the perspective of, like, tournament organizer and judge and player, there were a lot of problems with it on all of those fronts. All right, so I can decide like how aggressive I want to be this game. I can just like try to abrade the Delver here. I can abrade the Delver around a Daze. I can just play out my first threat. I have a little bit too much clunk on my hand to rely on the Ensnaring Bridge right now. This Delver is gonna flip. I think I want to try to remove it. So I'm just gonna remove it right here, because if my opponent has Spell Pierce, then they need to fetch in order to remove it. Oh, it just worked. Neat. To finish that thought, if my opponent had Spell Pierce, they would need to fetch right there in order... Okay, so my opponent is on Rug Delver. I kind of assumed Grixis. Not that I really would have sideboarded much differently, if at all. Tarmogoyf is a problematic card for this deck. So I mostly want a Blood Moon effect so I can stop taking damage from my Ancient Tomb. Oh, that's interesting. My opponent tried to tap some mana for something there and then realized they couldn't. I'm not sure what that means. Personally, it felt kind of like they had like a blue blast and we're just going to let it resolve and blast it, right? I mean, they could just counter it on the stack if that was the case, though. Maybe they had something stupid like a Brainstorm. A Tarfire. Oh, maybe they were thinking about just like Tarfiring me just to grow the Tarmogoyf by 1. Unfortunately for them, growing the Tarmogoyf is actually, like, good for my plan, because, like, I want to hide behind this bridge. I would love to draw a Chrome Mox. Then I can, like, Chrome Mox imprint something, play out a Hazoret, Hazoret can block. Surgical Extraction on Legion Warboss. Alright, I had magic cards, so boarding in Surgical was good. He got me. He got me, chat. No, like, if I'm going to play the bridge here, because if my opponent doesn't have, like, an answer to it in any form, then the Tarmogoyf doesn't get to attack, because it's a 4/5. Womp womp. So this all is actually fine, unless my opponent has a removal spell. Because, like, Goblin Rabblemaster can chump block, then I have a Goblin token that can chump block, and Hazoret that can chump block literally forever. I could be a madman and take this damage, but then I'd be dead to a lightning bolt. I guess I would have been dead to a lightning bolt anyway. No, I guess I should play Hazoret first, because I know my opponent has the Ancient Grudge. Or no, the Ancient Grudge is green to flashback. But I guess this one is more important to resolve. Oh, opponent's just F6'd. Okay. So, is there anything I need to play around? Would my opponent have any weird removal spell that is not at CMC1, where just leaving the Goblin back could punish me? Maybe a Braid. So if I attack with the Goblin, and a Braid could beat me. Is that fine? I feel like that's fine. I just can't give my opponent time. Because with time, they might have some weird one-of that beats me. Oh, my opponent's just done with me. Okay. So Loamer Boy, it's not that it takes 3 donations to make me play 4-color Loam. It's that when I get those donations, that's a freebie. If you want me to play Loam, $12 goes a long way. And we're already 1 of 3 there. So just let me confirm that. Yeah. So I already got one donation towards that. So like anytime someone does a donation deck list, they get to see me play the deck that they submit for. But then every 3 deck lists I get, I do 1 bonus one and just throw it in the queue. That is how math works. $24 would get 3 Loam streams. Such value. Yeah, Loam is pretty good. I do enjoy Loam quite a bit. I've really liked looking at the 4-color Marchesa Loam builds that I've been seeing floating around. That card just seems really good there. And I haven't gotten a chance to play with one of those versions yet. I'm just going to keep donating, so you have to play Loam and nothing else for a month. I mean, I'd do it. Like, Loam is the sort of strategy that I enjoy, right? Like, it's still a Chalice deck, which I love. It has a lot of fair cards. It's non-blue and has a lot of decision points and is good against a lot of the blue metagame. Seems good. Like, if Bob thinks the deck is good, the deck's probably good. Yeah, I believe that she is good. I've just never gotten it in play. Like, I played a deck list with it once, but it never hit play, unfortunately. Yeah, Bob's a cool dude. I like Grand Prix competitor Bob Wong. Womp womp. Back in the queue. Actually, yeah, I would not hate that. My email's very available on my website. If you want to email me or if you want to message me on Twitter or something like that, I would appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, up until a few months ago, I largely only played D&T, so like I know what it's like to get experience from people who actually know what they're talking about. It matters a lot. Opponents played like some Allurin and some Shardless Bug and such in Legacy, so I wouldn't be surprised if they were on some sort of like Bug Assassin's Trophy deck. Awesome, much appreciated. Then I can sound less dumb when I actually go and play Loam. Because I do think some of those sorts of decks are a little tricky to sideboard for. Or sorry, sideboard with. Twiddle, 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 twiddle. Well, this hand's a little slow. But with a Soul Land or a Mox, this hand is good. Is that fine? My opponent's taken a mulligan. Probably fine. This one's really close to whether or not it should go back. I have a decent mix of lands and spells. Who man? Who man? You play that Jalazon one. You do it. You do it. Yeah. We'll act like a sad burn player for the first turn. Alright. The awkward part is what if they're Eldrazi? If they're Eldrazi and not a red prison mirror, this is awkward. Because I will actually want this Magus. So I'm not going to imprint this turn, and I'm just going to pass. I can get punished if my opponent is Eldrazi and they have Thought-Knot Seer. Then they can just, like, take my Chrome Box. And I'll be at a huge tempo disadvantage. But if I played the Chrome Box this turn, I'd, like, 100% want to pitch Magus of the Moon if they're red prison. So I think it's correct to wait. Super rewarded for not playing. Alright, so if I play my own Goblin Rabblemaster this turn, I block a token. Then my opponent has token and Rabblemaster going into the next turn. Or I can just play, like, Magus this turn. And I'll play Rabbles. Actually, maybe I'm supposed to play Magus. If I play Magus, the next turn I can go land Chandra. I can minus on this. No, that's the same either way. Ooh, this is my opponent's only land. That's interesting. So I can tap all my lands, float 1, take 2, Chandra plus Magus, and hide. Or I can just, like, kill my opponent's Rabblemaster. The Chandra plus line seems kind of sweet if my opponent is just mana screwed. Because if they attack in... So I either, like, play Mountain, Chandra minus, kill Rabblemaster, attack in with just my Goblin token. Or Chandra plus, make Magus, attack in with just Goblin token. Chandra plus is probably better. And I did so well at the beginning of the last season. I had most of the trophies that I got in like the first month of all of that stuff being available. And then I just kind of fell off the map because school started and I wasn't playing as much. But when I was playing like 2 or 3 leagues a day, it was just like super, super easy. Oh, interesting. That's all going at me. None of it is at my planeswalker. Do I just want to take 4? I can just take 4, kill both goblins. I can probably find another threat pretty easily. I think I'll trade my Rabble Master for theirs. I could also just, like, block both tokens and then Chandra minus their Rabble Master and leave the board completely empty and in my favor. Actually, I like that. I don't know how I feel about their attack. I think I'm supposed to Chalice for 0 here. If I wait 1 turn, though, I can Chalice for 3. And shut off a huge portion of their outs. But if, like, one of the ways I can really lose a lot of tempo is if my opponent goes Chrome Mox into Fiery Confluence my board. I'll still have the Chandra around. But I think since my opponent's opportunity window to do anything is so small, I should eliminate their chances of just Fiery Confluencing this turn. They would need, like, land and a Spirit Guide in order to do it. A Magus of the Moon. That's fine. Yeah, screw it. They're all going in. My opponent will trade with this. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It puts them to 3, and they're almost dead to Chandra at that point. So my opponent can Fiery Confluence the board. So my opponent's out is Fiery Confluence the board for 2. I don't draw any haste threat while plussing, and they can Fiery Confluence me again. Do I want to redraw? I can play Chandra and plus. And if I draw... No, I guess I just want to take the 2 guaranteed damage. Alright, opponent needs to Fiery Confluence me to the dome. That one was way, way closer than I thought it was going to be. Alright, so in Red Prison, you board out the cards that suck. You start by boarding out your Chalice of the Voids, and then your Trainospheres, and then your Blood Moons. And then you board in any cards that maybe can do something at any point in the game ever. So, like, note, like, Sulfur Elemental is clearly not for this matchup, right? But it has power and toughness. And those things make it better than all of these cards over here. It's a super awkward mirror match. Note that I'm probably pretty well suited, depending on what my opponent's sideboard looks like, because I have these extra, like, Legion War Bosses that are kind of aggressive. And because I think I'm going to be more aggressive than my opponent, I'm not going to play Ensnaring Bridge. Even though, like, that is one card that you can use to, like, leverage the game to your advantage, I'm not going to do that. My plan is to get my opponent dead. There are very few cards that matter in this matchup. Chandras and Fiery Confluences are the big ones. So I can go Chrome Box, Imprint, Fiery Confluence, play, turn 1 Magus of the Moon. I don't have a good payoff card here, and I'm going to hemorrhage too many of my resources with these Chrome Boxen, I think, so I think this needs to be a mulligan. I think even with my opponent mulliganing, I want something more aggressive. This is not good. Will I go to 5? I would really like to see a Goblin Rabblemaster or a Legion War Boss in my opener, or a Chandra. But, like, I can play a 3-drop on turn 2 with this hand. So I'm going to keep it. I'm going to try to scry one of those 8 cards to the top. Turn 3 Chandra is fine. Aha! My opponent is also full of class. Yeah, see, like, this is kind of why I wanted one of these cards in the opener. I'm going to be pretty close to dead before I can do anything. And, like, now my opponent just has, like, a 2/2 Goblin that can attack in if they want to, like, not attack in with the Legion War Boss. Or if my opponent attacks in with the Legion War Boss, there's still going to be, like, 5 power on the board that I'm going to have to deal with. Alright. So I guess I need to lose my Magus of the Moon here in order to confluence the rest of these away. Two damage to each creature, 2 damage to each opponent. Alright, now I kind of have to hope that my opponent doesn't have, like, red mana or a follow-up threat. If my opponent doesn't have a follow-up threat here, I can play my Legion Warboss into Chandra. Or I could Chandra right now. I think I want a Legion Warboss. As you saw when this card was on the other side of the table, like Goblin Rabblemaster, it is hyper aggressive. See how bad this is for me. All right, my opponent did essentially the same play that I did previously. That's a rough one to lose. All right, we're in a rough spot. My opponent has like another fiery. Okay. Ooh! Chaos Warp me into a Scab Clan Berserker. That is not the end of the world. I guess technically I should have like Sorcerer's Spyglass first. Double Chalice of the Void. Why is that in your deck? I'll keep the second one. I don't want to name Hazaret because like I have my own Hazarets. I guess the same is true of Chandra. If my opponent top decks a Hazaret though, they can't like attack with it or fling in this immediate turn. All right, so we got to win that one because my opponent sideboarded poorly. If like those two chalices were a red 1/1, I might not have won that game. So I think my opponent did not have matchup knowledge there. All right. While it's in the queue, I'm going to refill real quick. Battle. My opponent played Death and Taxes in 2016. That's all I know about them. Am I going to keep this hand? Yes. I can do things on turn 1. You have a Delver. Well, good for you. I do not know what my turn 1 looks like yet. Maybe that. So this hand's interesting in that if I Blood Moon, I shut off my 3rd mana source. If I Trinisphere and my opponent Wastelands me, I'm not in good shape. This is a super interesting hand. I think I'm going to Chrome Mox and imprint Fiery Confluence. Then play City of Traders, and then play a 3-drop. It should probably be Trinisphere, because I can play Trinisphere around a Daze, but if my opponent has Wasteland, it's rough. Oh, geez, transfer just resolved. Wow. GG, opponent. GG. That means my next threat also resolves. Like, this blind flip Delver is nice and everything, but it is not going to race the rest of my hand. Alright. That's the line that could punish me. That's a super tilting draw. Like, the blind flip Delver plus Wasteland, naturally. That's what beat this. So I do still race my opponent very easily. Rabble Master clocks way faster than Delver does. If I rip another, oh, opponent's still attacking. Maybe they don't know how this math works. Okay, so I play this. I go down to 9. My opponent kills me in 3 hits. I make 2 tokens this turn, so that's 3, 6, 7, 8, and then I have my opponent dead the next turn. Yeah. So it's still correct for me to play this. What the fuck? Alright. So if I attack with everything and my opponent blocks Rabble Master, my opponent will take, what, 5... 5, 6, 7, 8, not die. So now my opponent beats me if they have Lightning Bolt. That's so annoying. I guess Ensnaring Bridge is less good against this version of Delver because of Vile Smasher specifically. I'm not willing to keep this. This hand is fine. I get turn 1 Haymaker into turn 2 Haymaker into turn 3 Haymaker as long as I get one other thing. Is land fine? I don't think so. I'll bottom land. Note that we imprint Magus because it's removable via a lightning bolt, and I don't want to assume that this Chalice of the Void is going to resolve. My opponent showed that they were willing to mulligan, so it's somewhat likely that they might have a force or like another answer to Chalice in some way. Alright, so we get to throw Blood Moons at them for 2 turns in a row and see if it sticks. My opponent's answer to this is either Daze or Force, since I can't do something like Spell Pierce. Good job, opponent. That may have been strategic just to, like, fuel one closer towards a Gurmag Angler while it was still possible to do so. With this hand, it's not the speed of the kill, right? With this hand, like, my opponent is pretty dead if this stuff sticks. So might as well keep them in that position. I guess I can just attack first before playing my second one. Like, it's not really going to make any difference. Red Prison's fun. I don't think the deck is good right now in any capacity. Like, I would love for it to be good. I adore the deck. But, like, 3 of the most popular decks right now are Grixis, D&T, and Miracles, which run tons of basics. And, like, with Assassin's Trophy coming out, people are shoving basics into decks that didn't have basics previously. Like, when the Delver decks start having basics, you're not mising all those free wins you're used to. Hey, hey, welcome. So we're playing against Vile Smasher the Fierce Delver, just for anyone who just tuned in recently. We are going to Game 3. This is the match that decides whether or not Phil gets his money back for playing this terrible deck list. What? I mean... This hand's actually really good. It's going to be super soft to Wasteland. Do I want Legion Warboss? I might. I think I'm going to take that. What my opponent does probably influences my line of play for this turn. So my opponent has just passed. I have plays with varying degree of YOLO here. I think I like playing Chalice around both Daze and Spell Pierce. Highest degree of YOLO is turn 1 Chandra plus make Chalice of the Void, if my opponent does not have Daze, Spell Pierce, or Force. I think medium YOLO is Chrome Mox, imprint one of these two cards, and play Chalice around Daze and Spell Pierce. That's an F6. That was 100% an F6. That was so fast. Or I lagged. But I think it was an F6. I kind of feel like I lagged. I'm not going to risk it. All right, it was not an F6. Oh, please Spell Pierce. Please Spell Pierce. All right, Chalice resolved. Now I have like Daze protection from Simian Spirit with Simian Spirit Guide for future turns. All right, my opponent just fetched to thin. So my opponent didn't have an Abrade last turn. They could have something like a Culligan's Command, but if they had that, they would have cast it, destroying Legion War Boss and Chalice of the Void, so I don't think they have it. So I'm just going to go ahead and set this on 2. Setting it on 2 stops Young Pyromancer, the main threat that matters from their side of the battlefield at this point. And it also stops, like, Abrade, Ancient Grudge, and all that jazz. So my opponent is now largely down to the power of Vile Smasher the Fierce to get them out of this. Moonman. I'll play that post-combat in case my opponent actually has something. Seems like no. Unless opponent has some real weird, like, Bonfire of the Dam level shenanigans, I feel like this one's over. Huzzah! I did it. Alright. So, I'm not done streaming or anything. I'm going to keep streaming. But just to, like, debrief this, my general opinion that I have of Legion Warboss at this time, based on not just that league, but the other leagues that I've played with it, is that it is insane versus combo decks. Versus your combo decks, having additional threats that clock so quickly is nuts. But I felt like this deck is just like a little bit soft to creatures, which is why I went and added like some Abrades to the sideboard, just so I could have like some extra removal spells versus things like Delver. All right, chat, give me 1 second. I want to look at something. Don't know how to do this off the top of my head. Okay, I see. All right, I'm going to play some more Magic. And we're going to let you pick. So you're going to have 2 options here. Ah, hell, let's make it 3 options. So I'm going to play 1 of 3 decks now. I can either continue running Red Prison here, I can play some Maverick, or I can play some D&T. Let's take those 3 options and let's see what we're doing. So you can vote by typing either Red for Red Prison, Mav for Maverick, or D&T for D&T. You have 1 minute. Let's see what happens. Note that you need to type it with the ampersand, the and mark, not D-N-T. Alright, looks like I'm going to play some D&T. Let me take a look at my last deck list I was playing. Shalrema, we got a 3-2 with the deck. I don't think Red Prison is particularly well positioned right now. I just think there's too many basics in the format. I like the Legion Warboss in a metagame with a lot of combo, but I just don't think that Red Prison is a viable strategy right now. Like I wanted to test it out a bit. I wanted to see if like playing with 8 of these effects felt really good, and like it does sometimes. It does when it's working, but I just feel like way too soft to creature decks in game 1. And I think that's too big of a deal given how many creatures are running around in the format right now. No, I'm not going to borrow anything. I'm just going to like play one of the D&T deck lists that I have. This deck list feels fine. Plus, I think I also have it set up on Cardboard Live already, so I don't have to do anything else for that. I can just switch over to it. Yeah, there we go. Yes, D. Lewis, I have really, really liked the chalices in the sideboard. They have been quite good. I don't think a lot of the commonly played D&T sideboard cards are very good right now. Like, I don't think things like Containment Priest and Aethersworn Canonist are awesome in this, like, super fair metagame. And so I think Chalice is better because it comes down faster versus Storm is about as good as your other hate cards versus Sneak and Show, and is noticeably better against something like Grixis Controller Miracles. Oh, we were playing against Dank Confidant. Yeah, the Chalice is basically in the sideboard to be put on one. It has one job. I guess I should change my stream title, too. I thought we were going to be playing the mirror. Dank Confidant is active in our Discord channel. Ooh, island into forest. What does that mean, chat? Are we going to play against Infect? Are we going to play against some sort of, like, bug mid-rangey deck? Unclear. So I kind of want to just, like, slam this on one and see what happens. That's probably my best play in the absence of understanding what my opponent is actually doing currently. Yeah, Food Chain or Allurin are, like, fair guesses, but those aren't popular decks currently. Like, a lot of times when I see an opening like that, it is one of those, like, mid-range combo-y decks. But I just don't know what's going on. So I don't know that I feel super safe just, like, hedging against one of them this early. Library. Yeah, deal. I will wasteland you. I'm going to get the Sword of Fire and Ice here in case my opponent has something like a Baleful Strix that could, like, otherwise block the Prelate. It's also, like, damage next turn rather than damage a turn further down the line, which I think I care about. Bug Nick Fit. That has not been ruled out. That is correct. All right. This turn's sort of interesting. Well, let's see if we get clicked first. We could randomly get clicked. Nope. Assassin's Trophy? Feels like Assassin's Trophy. If it's Assassin's Trophy, I think the land enters untapped, right? So then I could play like Mom post-combat. That'd be sweet. Ha-ha! Alright, so I think we're playing against like some sort of bug control deck. It still could be like one of the creature combo decks, but gut says control. Alright, concession. This is the pile of cards that I would consider. Alright, let's assume that we're playing against control. Swords of Plowshares is probably pretty bad. This is going to be awkward, because like there's going to be like 1 and 2 that I'm going to want to name, and the removal's probably split across them, with maybe some at 3 or 4 as well. So this probably isn't going to do as much as I want. This will be awkward if Baleful Strix is on the other side of the table, so I'll probably want to trim a bit. Can probably go down 1 land pretty safely if I'm playing against control. Although I am going to be a little heavy-handed and a little mana-intensive. I'm probably going to proactively bring in Rest in Peace. I'm going to assume that my opponent is going to have some amount of graveyard-based value if they're in bug colors. Be that like Tarmogoyf, Snapcaster, whatever. It's probably good. Maybe the second Jailer is too ambitious, because if I'm wrong and there's something like Food Chain or Allurin, that Palace Jailer will be a liability. Maybe I'll trim Athalia. Oh, I was going to trim a land. Something like this is probably fine. People run Allurin? As in, people that like to play Allurin? Yes. People that like to play Allurin still play Allurin. But more generally, not a popular deck right now. Yeah, where was that Thoughtseize on turn 1? I could just slam the Rest in Peace here, but my opponent didn't feel obligated to take it. So maybe I have some time to deploy that. I think I'm just going to choke my opponent's mana and let my Vial tick up. Like, I have Mom coming in at end of turn. If my opponent wants to, like, Assassin's Trophy any of my permanents right now, I would be okay with that. I'm just going to try to keep them from doing anything too proactive to the board. Maybe something like a Fatal Push will take out Mom. That's fine. Ooh. So here I just want to get a 2-drop that I can put in and deploy this turn. I think I'm going to get Thalia since it's disruptive and continues to tax my opponent's mana. My opponent knows I have the Flicker Wisp too, so they kind of need to remove anything they want to remove on their turn. Which is great for me. My opponent removes the Recruiter, that means I don't get Flicker Wisp shenanigans. If they don't remove the Recruiter, that means I have all sorts of shenanigans coming. Use Ether Vial's ability, yes. The combination of Back to Basics and the number of Wastelands that are currently in the format. It's a combo. How do I feel about my opponent having Force of Will? I don't really feel like my opponent has Force of Will. Call it a gut feeling. I'm taking a super high upside play here. Ah. So now I have a Recruiter blinked out, even if my opponent has something, like, some sort of sweeper, like a Marsh Casualties or something like that. I'm still somewhat protected from it. Yes, opponent, you can have a card. I'm going to have many more cards beyond that. note here that I'm not going to play out any more cards. I'm just going to double port my opponent and end this game. Imagine going on holidays in the world of MTG. Like, where would Thalia go? The Hell Vault? That's a good question. I don't know. Like, maybe you go to, like, wherever the Eldrazi are and start a crusade or something. That seems like a sweet thing to do. Or go fight some Phyrexians. Yeah, but conversely, Jazzy, if you go to the beach, then there's a million merfolk that you can kill. Hashtag fuck the fish people. Get them. Get them good. Alright, so while we're waiting in the queue there... Man, I hate Merfolk. Merfolk is a terrible deck in every format. I've gone on the record saying this every time. Basically, unplayable tribe. Alright. Hey everyone, my name's Phil Gallagher. I run Thraben University. I hate Merfolk. And today we played some Red Prison earlier and we went 3-2. Now we're playing D&D while we wait. Or not while we wait, while I'm just kind of hanging out for the rest of the evening. I'll be back on Saturday morning playing Orcish Lumberjack, though. I'm really looking forward to that. Alright, what was this comment? Hey fan, big fan. If Thalia and Marchesa were about to fall off a cliff and you could only save one, which would it be? Thalia. Not close. If Thalia and basically every other Magic card were falling off a cliff and I would only save one, there are very few cards that, like, I would save over Thalia. I'd have to, like... I can't pay the Thalia tax. They both died. Well done. GG. Also, like, in what world am I the person that, like, has to save you off a cliff? Like, these muscles? I don't know if that's happening. Seems like we're getting into, like, plateau territory real quick there. Alright, Black-Red Reanimator. I do have significant white girl influence. Yes, that is correct. The ladies with CMC of 2, maybe 3, or less, they're into me. Only the old art moms are into me. There's newfangled sexy moms. I don't know if I dig those. Marin Crusader. Marin Crusader's Bay too. I love Marin Crusader. We've got a healthy relationship. Oh, geez, this is the faithless looting and prey one. Oh, Thalia is most certainly my waifu. She's a great waifu. At least my magic waifu. Note here, I'm playing out another planes instead of the Caracas, so that if my opponent reanimates and they go for Grizzlebrand, I can like hyper punish. Alright, opponent discards Eleshnorn and Dark Ritual. Scary. So with Reanimator, you sometimes have to keep hands that have like an objective weakness, because you have these looting effects that can draw you into the right piece, and if you draw into the right piece, all of a sudden you might have like a turn 1 or something like that. This is awkward. Like, I can play out this Crusader, but if my opponent just reanimates the Eleshnorn, they take a 2-for-1, and I don't have a threat left. But I think it's correct to do so, because if they do reanimate Eleshnorn, they might lose a bunch of life, and I just bounce it. And if they don't do it this turn, and yep, that's fine. Yeah, reanimate targeting Eleshnorn, that's okay for me. Like, I bounce this. Oh, that's an awesome draw. Alright. So I go, I'll bounce this now so I can actually, like, cast my Stoneforge and not have it die. We're going to get Sword of Fire and Ice here on the off chance that we actually need to, like, grow the Batterskull bigger than a Chancellor. We have the opportunity to do so. Animate dead, targeting Grizzlebrand. You have to really go ham in order for that to work here. Because you're... Is that the degree of risk that is required here? Like, if my opponent just puts the Chancellor in instead, and I don't have Batterskull in hand, then they actually wall me. I don't know that I like their line. Like, as it stands now, assuming they take, like, this Batterskull, I bounce Grizzlebrand, hardcast Sword, attack in for 1, they're at 2, reanimate is off. Alright, not the best draw, but whatever. Alright, I mean, I guess all my plays are kind of obligatory this turn. I guess I can go bounce, activate, equip, and then play around my opponent just reanimating Eleshnorn to wipe my board and leave me with nothing. It doesn't pressure my opponent's life total anymore, but the difference between 3 and 2 is essentially 0. So opponent will need to produce a Chancellor this turn or double creature. Chancellor will stall me, but I'm pretty likely to break free of that. Oh geez, is this another flashback looting scenario? Go, opponent, go! And I really shouldn't have F6 here because it like tells my opponent that I don't have Mother of Runes. But I already did it, so. Alright, opponent concedes. Note that my version that I'm playing right here is super light on Graveyard Hate. That is a decision that I have made for the current metagame that I think is correct, but anytime you get paired against Reanimator, it is a little bit awkward. Alright. Alright, so my sideboard notes say -4 Mom, -3 equipment, -4 Stoneforge, -1 land, plus Relic Order, Chalice Path. This is the wrong file. Yeah, whatever. Close enough. So note that normally I think Mother of Runes is a fine card to keep in with this matchup, but I'm bringing Chalice of the Void in, trying to put it on 1 most of the time. So because of that and the splash damage that Mom takes, it gets a little bit worse than it normally is in this deck. Like playing this Chalice version where I'm super light on Graveyard Hate and I'm playing Chalice makes this matchup a little bit weird. Brainstorm Fetch. Final record with Red Stompy was 3-2. So fine, but nothing special. Note that essentially any hand with Rest in Peace, since I only have 2 Graveyard Hate cards, is a hand that I am keeping. Alright, my opponent reveals Chancellor. I basically never want to play a Stoneforge Mystic in this matchup. If I'm playing the cards that I actually want to play in order to win, I will never cast a Stoneforge. Wisp off, like, Vial at least has some huge, huge upside when, like, it actually gets going. I can get rid of that draw step stop. Alright, Unmasked targeting me will take my Swords to Plowshares. Or maybe it takes my Rip. But it feels like it should take Swords to Plowshares, and my opponent should just, like, go all in on Chancellor being good enough. Do I cast Rest in Peace here to clear the Chancellor trigger? Seems weird to do so. But if I draw another 2-drop next turn, it lets me. No, I'm not going to do it. I think I have too many other cards that I'd like to throw away over a Rest in Peace. And if I draw a 1-drop, like say a Path to Exile or a Source of Plowshares, I can just cast that next turn and that clears it. Okay, how much damage can I take? I can throw away a 3-drop this turn, which I probably need to do. I probably throw away a 3-drop this turn so that I can play a 3-drop next turn and actually have it resolve. I can probably throw away the Mirran Crusader. That card's not likely to do a ton. I hate that when Chancellor triggers multiple times, if you don't pay it for the first one and it gets countered, you still have to say no for all the others. Little things. My opponent doesn't have another reanimation spell. I'm still very, very much in this game. I have 10 top deckable removal cards, so I'm 20% to hit a removal spell in any given draw step. Ooh. Ooh. Alright, so I think I play Rest in Peace this turn so that none of these other cards can ever come back. Take 5 more, go to 5, then Swords to Plowshares this. I'll die to a discard spell, but otherwise I'm like 95% plus to win the game. Oh, right, I cleared the initial trigger, so I didn't need to do that. Yeah, so I could have Swords to Plowshares this, pay the tax, then rip. Yep, that's on me. Super punished. Super, super punished. It's fine, I'll probably just like top deck a removal spell and it won't matter. All right, I threw away that game. That was a pun on me. This is what I get for doing the second league in a row. Well, this hand's pretty great. I'll keep this one. The second jailer in the board's been pretty good. I don't know, like, for sure that it's better than, like, access to an effect like Cataclysm, but it seems good. So essentially, opponent needs to go off and produce a non-legendary threat on turn 1 on 5, or, like, Dark Ritual double, like, Thoughtseize me to get rid of both rips. I guess they could, like, Thoughtseize and Unmask me. That would do it. Alright, they just had enough of that. So despite my punt, I still get there. Alright, folks, I'm going to take a minute and go ahead and, like, use the bathroom and just kind of, like, walk around a bit and get my head out of my butt before I play the next match. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let's battle. Oh, that was quick. This is a fair hand. It's not good. It's fine. Like, curving Mom into Thalia is good. It's just, like, a little clunky having, like, Wisp and a Jitte. But we'll see how it goes. Like, if I play this Thalia and I don't draw a land, I can't actually, like, deploy this Jitte. Ah! Well, this is a great hand against Burn. I'm just going to Thalia. There's an argument for playing second Mom and Swords to Plowshares this turn, but this is probably better. I'd rather Swords and Eidolon given the opportunity to, given the rest of my hand. Opponent makes good use of their mana this turn with a Suspend. The second Mom may become relevant at some point this game. So I'm okay playing it. Like, as soon as I get a third land and I can deploy this Jitte, the game is basically going to end on the spot. Riftbolt targeting me. Resolves. I wonder if it's correct to, like, bounce my own Thalia here to just play Jitte. I don't think I'm going to do that, because I'll just draw a land, like a master. I wonder if my opponent has a Sulfuric Vortex and they're sitting there thinking, do I win if I play this Sulfuric Vortex? That might be what's happening. I draw a port. I draw a plains. I will take out one Goblin Guide. I'll block the other Goblin Guide and protect. I do not feel the need to expose any of my cards to red-based removal. I don't just want to let any damage through here on the off chance that my opponent can somehow race me with the Sulfuric Vortex. But I think we're done here. Now it's very possible that just like moving Jitte to a mom is better than just playing any other card. But I feel kind of like I'm the aggressor now. And if I play this out, I don't actually have to use this Swords to Plowshares on the Goblin Guide and give my opponent any life. And this gives me like a good block next turn. Like I can block the Goblin Guide. Lightning Bolt, target me. Yes. Eidolon's fine. Recruiter's neat. I don't know that I really need it. So I can just, like, double minus on the Eidolon here, kill that, attack in with Thalia and Revoker, then play 2 more threats. All right, so this is 6, 7, 8. I can go 9, 10, 11, 12. My opponent's pretty close to dead. I don't even know that I want to play out another land because, like, a whole bunch of Price of Progresses could do me in. So note that I just untapped a Plains because I really have no intention of porting my opponent. I just like want to leave Swords to Plowshares up as an additional layer of protection. All right, if I just Swords to Plowshares this Goblin Guide here, I put my opponent to 16. I can go 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. All right, my opponent's just done with me. This game was very locked up. We were just kind of going through the formalities here. The sideboarding for this matchup got kind of weird once I put Chalice of the Void in the deck. I'm not 100% sure what is correct to do because all my 1-drops are really good, but Chalice is also really good. So I don't know where that leaves me. So, like, normally I board out the Revokers unless I see Grim Lavamancer, then I might bring him back in. Palace Jailer is a little slow and risky. Crusader isn't really at its best in a matchup like this one. Similarly, like, Recruiter is kind of slow. But if I board something approximating this, I'm playing like 14 1-drops with Chalice, which is awkward. So I never really came to terms with how to sideboard for this matchup accordingly. Like, normally when these are just things like Aethersworn Canonist, they're like super easy board-ins. But now I'm not really so sure. Yeah, that's kind of the philosophy, right? Like it's awkward, it's super awkward, but if this resolves in the early game, it's probably fine. And if we make it to the late game, like awesome. I do kind of wonder if I'm supposed to play my recruiters in this shell. I normally board them out versus burn. But I do wonder if, like, since I'm running chalices, it makes sense to run these to find my one copy of Sanctum Prelate. Unclear. Boarding like this also puts me at 18 creatures, which I don't love. That is a little threat light. So I think I'm going to board this way on the draw, but on the play, if we go to a game 3, I might like play another creature or two. All right. So this is the burn gamble, right? I keep this hand, and I'm really hoping my opponent is playing a creature heavy hand, because if they're not, fuck. See, this is what I'm talking about. When they just like open and just start flinging burn at your face and you're looking at a fistful of removal, it's super awkward. Right along. Smash. Uh, I'm going to get Jitte. Batterskull is the high risk, high reward play. I think Jitte is the safest play given the board. All right, Eidolon. That's fine. Well, it seems like that should have happened first, opponent. I'm not willing to take 4 off this Eidolon. I almost want to Flicker Wisp so that I can Flicker Wisp, untap a land, use a removal spell, and then Jitte. That puts me to 10. I guess I can't actually be dead to any 2 spells, so maybe it's fine. But I don't know that that's actually better than just like playing out a Source of Plowshares, removing the Eidolon, and then casting my Jitte. Fuck it. Interesting. So I can Swords to Plowshares my own Flicker Wisp here to essentially gain 1 life. Like, net where I am now. Which I think I will do. Alright, so if I cast Swords to Plowshares and target the Eidolon, I take 2 from the Eidolon, go to 10. I take 3 from this, go to 7. If I Swords my Flicker Wisp here, take 2 from the Eidolon, go to 10, gain 3 up to 15. Yeah. It's very slight life gain, I guess. Like, it's a difference of 3 life. Which I guess is relevant because I need to buy time until I get to another creature. Like, given the tools that I have to work with here, I think it is just correct to, like, just buy time to get to another creature. Alright, so I'm going to path this Eidolon. I know this gives my opponent a land, but land is not the limiting factor right now. It's how much damage they can point at my face. So giving them the land is fine. And I just need to draw a creature. That counts. Alright, so Mommy. Equip with Jitte. And I don't really need this port out, so I am not going to play it. I'll hold up Swords to Plowshares on my mom for another Searing Blood. Smash the Smithereens on the Jitte. Well, that's fine. I mean, it's not fine, but it's not like I can do anything about it. Chain Lightning targeting me. Yup. Oh, geez, is it exactly Fire Blast, which is the one spell that I can't beat with my Swords to Plowshares? Yep, it is. Alright, so on the play, I think I want to be a little bit creature heavier. Which I think means Recruiter. And I think I'll trim the paths. I didn't see anything like Sulfuric Vortex or Ensnaring Bridge, but that doesn't mean it's not there. I still kind of have to respect it, unfortunately. Alright, Mom into Stoneforge is a recipe for success. I'm lacking the second white source to make, like, the tail end of this game good. but I'm pretty likely to draw one. Speaking of the white source I need... No, we're just getting Jitte here. The plan is like Mirran Crusader plus Jitte forever. Do I go for it? I could choose to not go for it, whack my opponent for 4, and play Mom and Flicker Wisp to play around like a lightning bolt targeting my Mirran Crusader. But I should probably just go for it right now when my opponent does not have a smash up. No, my opponent doesn't have smash. If they had smash, they probably just would have left that up. So they don't have smash. They might have a lightning bolt. Alright, so if they don't have smash, then I'm just playing around red removal, which means I should wait a turn. But if my opponent just goes like bolt, 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 blast, or something like that, I die. Interesting spot. So I'm basically 100% to win the game if Jitte connects on this turn. I guess it's not that bad if they have a bolt. If they have a bolt, Crusader gets bolted. They'll have 3 cards after they draw. I can't die. And then I go Mom and Wisp. Yeah, I go for it. There's also a world where like this forces my opponent to use a Fire Blast to get rid of the Crusader. Oh, it just works. Neat. GG. Well, I didn't really expect that one to be that easy, but here we are. So D&T, still a great deck right now. Like, the Grixis Control matchup is pretty rough. The Miracles matchup isn't as good as I would want it to be. But other than that, I do really like it against most of the field right now. It's not in quite as good of a position as it was like a month or two ago, like right after the bannings, but it's still feeling quite powerful. I feel like once I solve the Grixis Control matchup, everything will be fine. but I'm just kind of like changing my play style for that matchup, and it's helping. So against Grixis control, I've sort of like stopped playing conservatively, and I've just like gone for all of the high risk, high reward, high variance plays I can, and I'm winning a bit more now. Generally speaking, D&T is very good against any bug deck of almost any flavor. Like just with Mirran Crusader in the deck and the tools that D&T has, it usually is very favorable against bug decks. Like with Rest in Peace in the board, Thalia attacks the mana, Crusader as like a borderline unkillable threat. Like that all's good for me. In addition, Assassin's Trophy is not a card that's really good against D&T. Like, yes, it answers your permanents that matter. Yes, it can like shut off your vials and such and your equipment, but it gives you a land, and D&T's so mana hungry that feeding them lands is a dangerous proposition. That's why like Path to Exile is super awkward in the mirror. Yeah, Bug Delver. That deck can come back. I'd be super happy with that. There was a long period of time when like both Bug Delver and Shardless Bug were tier 1 decks, where I was just like playing 4 Mirran Crusaders and just like doing disgusting things to people after every round. Or sorry, round after round, not after every round. Alright, my opponent plays Miracles. It looks like all they play is Miracles. It's a great hand versus Miracles. It's a bit of an awkward draw, but it's not a bad draw. Man, my Vial Resolved versus Miracles. Life's good. I was bottom with that Preordain, by the way. Ooh. I like it when my Miracles opponents fetch a Tundra. Makes me feel good. Vendilion click check. No click. That's going to be good. That's going to be real good. I'm going to cast the Sword this turn. If my opponent has a counterspell and they use that to get rid of this, that's fine. So we'll put this on Jace. I don't expect it to, like, stick around. I kind of expect this card to die immediately before I'm allowed to tick my vial up. So I have to make a choice about whether or not I want to just like slam this guy on one and try to just like quickly close the door on this game, or whether I want to keep it so that Terminus is never a card that matters. My opponent hasn't gotten to do a ton of manipulation, so I feel like just mising this game on off a one, like putting this on one, is somewhat likely. But my opponent fetched this Tundra super aggressively, which makes me feel like they have Brainstorm into Terminus available. I'm just going to get another Recruiter here. I don't really need to make a choice about what I actually want this to be yet. This just kind of delays everything. Monastery Mentor. Now I'm going to respond to that. I'm going to put that on one, decrease the power of the Mentor. That's a great draw. So I think the way I want to play this turn is equip this here. I don't want to cast a spell to like turn Counterspell into a token. See if I can actually kill the Mentor. I can. Neat. And drawing that port means I'm comfortable just like porting my opponent off of their life. Jace is fine. Yeah, you can Brainstorm. I kind of have to assume a Terminus is coming after that. So I can just like play Crusader, equip Sword of Fire and Ice, hit my opponent for 8 and kill Jace, and kind of like trade one extra body for 2 cards and a bunch of damage. Alright, I think I figured out what I want to do. Ooh, is that lethal? That feels like lethal. 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Lethal! Let me double check myself. 4, 8, 2 sword triggers, 9, 10, 11, 12, plus 2 Jitte pumps, 13, 14, 15, 16. That is lethal. Easy. Alright, so I want ballistas, chalices. I think I'm boarding in like 10 cards. I'm gonna do something like this. Alright, so Council Judgment, Ballista, Gideon, Chalice, Recruiter, Jailer. For Swords to Plowshares, Mom. 1 Wasteland. And 1 probably Crusader. Oh man, I can't quit Mirror Crusader. Are you kidding me? Like, this card's so good. It does everything you need it to do sometimes. Okay, so note that this is kind of an interesting approach versus Miracles when you're playing Chalice of the Void. So Mother of Runes is usually a card that's awkward but fine in this matchup. So here you kind of like ignore the fact that you can protect your creatures and you just like trade creatures for their removal, and then you try to let Chalice push you ahead. I always cut Elder Plows. 100% of the time, I do not play Swords to Plowshares versus Miracles. I do not think that is a good strategy to do. I see all these people like hedging against Mentor by leaving in 1 plow, and I wonder what is the chance that you have they have Mentor when you have plow, and you have plow up when they cast it, so they don't just like crap a bunch of bodies that will kill you anyway. Like, there are so few scenarios where, like, your plow actually beats your Mentor if you're only leaving, like, 1 in the deck. What's your Mentor plan? Beat it. Really. Like, you can force them to terminus their own Mentors away in so many different situations. That's how I beat Mentor. Force them to kill their own Mentor. Note that I'm not like the biggest fan of Palace Jailer versus Miracles because like when they take the crown, they just win the game. But when I'm playing Chalice and I shut off so many of their 1-drops, I think it's correct to play the Palace Jailer. Ooh, pitching a Supreme Verdict. Deal. My opponent doesn't have a white source yet. I'm going to get Batterskull with this first one. That's not usually my go-to in this matchup. But if they don't have white, seems great. Maybe that's why they pitched Supreme Verdict. No, alright, they have a Tundra. I could do something crazy like just like Recruiter for Jailer here, but I don't think there's a need to. I could just Recruiter for Sanctum Prelate, though. which seems pretty good. I could also just like play my Stoneforge and hope they don't have Snapcaster Mage to go Snapcaster Plow. I'm kind of covered against a Jace if they play one. So I'm going to play a Recruiter this turn to give myself a good Flicker Wisp target in future turns. So this is a spot where I could see someone going for a Jailer, but I'm really far ahead in terms of resources. Like, my opponent has 6 cards in hand right now, but that's only because they're brainstorming. So they're going to put 2 of those back. They're going to have 4 in hand. They're going to play a land. They're going to have 3 in hand. They're going to have 3 cards to my 6. I feel like I can probably outvalue my opponent from here. Oh man, you wanna Snapcaster Brainstorm? That's okay with me. Alright, opponent, do you actually have that Terminus that I think you have? I bet you do. So I'll just Recruiter so that this Flicker Wisp kind of like cantrips. That seems like a terrible brainstorm. Like, my opponent did not gain any information about what I was going to get with my Recruiter before brainstorming. That might just mean they have something stupid like double Terminus on top, though. Yeah, I think our opponent mulliganed once. Not 100% sure. I have all sorts of awesome tools here. Do I just get the Jailer? My opponent Terminuses and I just, like, slam Jailer, followed up with the Ballista to just, like, keep Snapcasters from just coming in and getting it. I probably can't lose. But that might be too greedy. I don't think I'm going to play greedy. I'm just going to play super safe. Let's just keep outvaluing my opponent. Why is my opponent not blocking with this Snapcaster Mage? That's so confusing to me. I just don't understand. So I won't play anything that doesn't cantrip this turn. Because if the second card is like this next card down is Terminus, it's a little punishing. But like if that next card is Terminus, then my opponent really should have blocked with the Snapcaster and just like maybe they're trying to get me to extend further. All right, not a Terminus. So Anurag, I would agree with you if my opponent actually had more things in the graveyard, but they don't. All right, opponent getting to draw cards. Ponder was a shuffle. Swords of Plowshare targeting Stoneforge Mystic. I don't think I need to put in the Batterskull here. That's fine. And I'm just going to name one. If my opponent Terminuses away my board, I don't actually care. I just want to shut off the cantrips more than anything else at this stage. The Terminus would have to be blind or powered by a Jace. Note this trigger is just going at my opponent's face. I have this Walking Ballista in hand, which will end the game if the game goes long and my opponent does something like Supreme Verdicts the board. Looks like my opponent is just going to hardcast Terminus, but like I obviously take this damage because if this is just like a bluff, it just makes no sense to not take the 2 damage in case it is a bluff. EE for 3 is pretty insane. That is all of my permanents. So my opponent isn't dead this turn, but this Ballista if I just cast Ballista for 3, it probably just does beat my opponent. Because they will never be able to fetch again. And like, it's possible I should just wait, because if my opponent fetches, it does become lethal. But right now they can't counterspell it, they can't hard cast force it. My opponent's probably not playing around it, though. It's very close whether I should just cast this or whether I should cast Thalia and Recruiter. I think I'm going to cast Thalia and Recruiter in the hopes that my opponent actually just, like, fetches or forces or something at some point. Recruiter for Recruiter for Recruiter. Feels good. I can Recruiter for Jailer, Jailer Mentor, and attack in. I guess Flicker Wisp accomplishes the same thing with a lesser degree of risk. And also gives me a flyer. Alright, there's the 1 point of damage I need. Alright, so now I don't have a good attack, so I just pass the turn, and I'll let Ballista finish my opponent off next turn. I guess I'm not in any danger of dying. So I guess I can cast this Chalice and, like, use that to bait out more counterspells. No, they could have actual counterspell or hardcast force. Nope. Yeah, I'm up a game. Easy. If I didn't cast the ballista there, I would have waited one turn, like just like cast a batter skull or something, port them, draw step, port them, and then cast ballista to keep them off of hard cast force. But my inclination says that if like the chalice resolves, then the thing that follows up afterwards, excuse me, probably resolves. All right, that was a super quick 4-0. We'll see if we can turn this into a 5-0 and a trophy, but I'm going to go ahead and use the restroom real quick. Be right back. All right, hello folks. My name is Phil Gallagher. I run ThrabenU University. We are currently 4-0 with D&T. We just beat Miracles, and we're going to see if we can trophy for my second trophy of the season. Get me up above Legacy Premier League winner Bryant Cook. He's a force to be reckoned with, that guy. Excuse me. Sorry about that. All right, so the build I'm playing is I think basically the same one that I played in Baltimore. I'm playing 3 Chalice of the Voids in the sideboard, which have been very, very good. I've been very happy with how they performed. It kind of really warps how you sideboard for some matchups. So don't just like slam chalices into your sideboard without like sitting down and doing some work to see how you're going to sideboard, like now that it's in your deck. But I do think they're quite powerful. It's something that's good against the combo decks while also being an acceptable card to sideboard in versus decks like Grixis Control and Miracles, which are the sort of like problem matchups right now. All right, folks, got any questions about D&T? Well, oh, never mind. In the match we go. I think my opponent plays D&T. This is not a great hand versus D&T, especially on the draw. But I have an Ether Vial, so I'm not going to throw it back. It's a very important card in the matchup, especially when coupled with Mom. Oh, never mind. Not playing D&T currently. Playing Delver. Deal. This is, like, pretty much the perfect hand versus Delver. Like, I have this Vial. If this resolves, I'm in super good shape to win the game. If it doesn't resolve, then I have Mom and Swords to Plowshares as turn 2 plays. The Delver doesn't even blind flip. What a scumbag. Setting the Delver up to flip, only to have its Swords to Plowshared. We'll play the Swords to Plowshares first because it is more important to resolve than Mom. My opponent is F6'd. Life is good. I follow this up by Thalia into Stoneforge Mystic. Life's hard. Life's hard for Delver players. Ooh, it's even Bug Delver. It's even Bug Delver. We're going to give my opponent a smiley face in the chat. Life should be hard for Delver players. Good point, Bosk. Good point. The Thalia's gone. Now there's just 2 Stoneforge Mystics. So this first one's going to get Batterskull. It's a very difficult card for a Bug deck to beat. If my opponent's playing Bug Delver, then I should probably assume that Assassin's Trophy is in there somewhere. Me. Well, that was the one scenario that could happen where my hand fell apart. Was the hymn that hit both Stoneforge and Batterskull. So that was a little lucky on my opponent's end. I'm not going to attack with the Mom. My top decks as a whole are going to be much, much better than my opponent's top decks. So I want to be able to protect those. Alright, good to know that my opponent has an island. I don't think I would have fetched that out under any circumstances if I were them. Leovold, sure. Well, that needs to go. Unfortunately, it gives my opponent a card, but that's okay. My opponent gives me a frowny face in the chat. If I'm seeing both him and Leovold, my opponent might not exactly be a small Delver deck. They might be a little bit bigger. Like, I wouldn't be surprised to see something like a True Name Nemesis out of my opponent, for example. Okay. I get to put Sword of Fire and Ice into play right now, or Jitte into play right now. I think I want Sword of Fire and Ice because it clocks harder. But Jitte kind of invalidates the Bitter Blossom. So that's a close call. I think the sword drawing the cards is really good. All right, so I can activate my Stoneforge, hold priority, put in this. Maybe I should just get the Jitte. It keeps the Bitter Blossom tokens under control while doing 2 damage a turn. I guess the sword keeps them under control too, while drawing the cards. It probably doesn't matter that much. Like, either my opponent answers my stuff in the next turn cycle, or this is, like, all over. All right, maybe I should have gotten the Jitte, because, like, the Jitte doesn't require me to activate my mom at all. So I activate a mom, target a Stoneforge. It gets pro-black. That's the one that I equip with the sword. All right, Abrupt Decay there. All right, so if I would have gotten Jitte, I could still have a mom, and my opponent would have 1 dead Fatal Push in hand. I'm just going to like try to mentally keep track of whether or not that decision mattered. I don't know that I know what kind of music that is, but I'm glad to be a part of that combo. Oh, I see, I see. I should have parted my opponent off a green this turn, but I was paying attention to chat. We did see a Delver. I did get rid of a Delver. So I think it's Bug Delver that's fat. I think it's Bug Delver with like Leovold, him, Bitter Blossom, probably True Name as well. All right, no shuffle there. Oh geez, did my opponent draw like a Gurmag? That's gross. I need to draw like not a land. I don't need much to close out this game. Something like a Mirran Crusader or even like a Flicker Wisp can probably do it. Is that good enough? Probably not. The Fairy Rogues will clock me in the air. A piece of equipment left, just for reference, so Jitte is still in the deck. So my opponent gets to attack me for 4, then 5, then 6, which kills me with Fairy Rogues. So I'm not racing them. Well, my draws have been pretty abysmal, and my opponent's draws have been pretty good. It's a rough combo. Can anything happen if I... Alright, what can I do? Can I win with a Recruiter in any way? Flicker with something out of the way, go for lethal. I would need to do 4 points of damage. Alright, well, that was the question. What does Recruiter do? Recruiter gets Jitte. Alright. So Violin Recruiter, get Jitte, put in Jitte, equip Jitte, 2 mana left. Attack in with a creature that effectively puts me to 8 life. So I can go 1, 2, 3, hardcast, 1, 2, equip. No. So I probably need to go 1, 2, put in, 1, 2, equip, 1, 2, equip. Okay. So my opponent gets to attack with 6 creatures. I'm effectively at 8 life. So if the Delver does not flip, I'm still in this. If the Delver flips, I'm dead. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Game on. I like that my opponent has to think. That bodes well for me. That means there's no immediate answer where I'm just dead. Alright, so 5. That forces me to gain 2 life right now. I could just kill 2. Is that better? I guess it's better. Because, like, they would do me that damage over the course of 2 turns. Alright, yeah. Going to 1's a little scary. Alright, so I can attack in, get 2 counters, which puts me up to 5. My opponent can attack for 5, though. My opponent doesn't know I have a blank. Okay, with the Delver flipping, we could not win. All right. Didn't really expect to lose that game. All right. So, not against Bitter Blossom, but against the rest of the deck, Jailer's probably good. Judgment's probably good. Rest in Peace is probably fine. Path to Exile is probably fine. Revokers are pretty bad. This card is awkward against bug decks. I usually don't play recruiters against these sorts of decks. That was a really long game, and I guess I didn't see any graveyard synergy. I guess it's possible there aren't actually Tarmogoyfs. That's something to consider. Jazzy, I know it didn't look like it, but this is Bug Delver. My opponent may have those cards in the sideboard, but they certainly don't have them game one. I think I'm going to shave a Flicker Wisp and a Mom to keep my recruiters in case my opponent is going to play a significantly grindier game. I don't want to be wrong here. Boy, that's awkward. I'm going to keep it. I'm going to play around Daze this game by playing my Vial this turn. It's very good long-term value for me since I have like this double Jailer hand. And it improves the power of my port as this game goes on. Yeah, Revoker is not the best card in the metagame as a whole right now. That is 100% true. I'm down to 2. I would consider testing versions with 0 Revoker in the main deck. I think that's 100% reasonable. I could just jam Stoneforge here, but I don't know if that's good. I have plenty of land. I think I'm just going to take this one nice and slow, not expose my stuff to counterspells. See if I can choke my opponent. See, they even blew up one of their own lands. Awesome. Although, if you're going to ponder, I would ponder prior to playing the Wasteland to give you the flexibility to fetch away that stuff. Now the power of your ponder has decreased. Awkward turn is awkward. Like, I can play Stoneforge, fetch a piece of equipment, and play it. But that would play into, like, a Daze or a Force of Will. But I don't really want to pass doing absolutely nothing with my mana. And it sticks. Good news for Phil fans. Delver of Secrets, you say? Alright. My opponent didn't have a counterspell last turn. Let's see if they have one this turn. If they do, I don't really care, because I have another Jailer for the follow-up. Holy shit. That's so dirty. God, please play another creature. Let me eat. So note this is going to give my opponent one card when I remove it with Jailer. But I'm going to draw a card with Sword of Fire and Ice and another card for my turn. So this is 100% worth it. Yeah, that other pocket Jailer is disgusting. Yeah, if he gets the Monarch back, he does get both of his creatures back. But that's fine. I don't foresee that happening. Deluge for 3. That's fine. Massacre resolves. You have a Tarmogoyf. My opponent probably is going, no, 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 not another jailer, not like this. That's what I'm imagining anyway. So now I do know that the Tarmogoyfs exist going into the next game. And we're done. All right, so my opponent showed me Massacre and Tarmogoyf that game and a Toxic Deluge. I like cutting some number of Thalia on the draw, I think. And maybe playing my Rips. Does Massacre change anything? It makes my Mother Runes a little bit worse. My opponent didn't show me any Baleful Strix. I wonder if I should do something like this, knowing that they have Massacre. It kind of makes sense to me. The third recruiter might be too ambitious. My clock is also getting a little low. Game 1 was really long. It was a great hand. Great, great, great hand. It's a little softer than I would like to, like, turn 1 blind flip Delver. If my opponent shuffles with the Ponder, I will probably just snap off Wasteland on Underground Sea. No shuffle. A restart of mana probably favors me. Ooh, opponent did not have any counterspells there. They were F6'd. That's good to know for my next turn. That was a shuffle. Ooh. All right, GG. Note I jam Thalia this turn. My opponent can't cantrip then. I mean, we haven't technically done the 5-0 yet. Does my opponent have like a Gurmag Angler here right before I slam my Rest in Peace? They do. So I play the Rest in Peace here that's a little late, but I probably just, like, port my opponent out of this game. No, I can't Vial and port. I can just port. I think I'm going to take 1 turn off, though, to play my other Vial. My opponent would need to have hit their second running land in a row in order to punish me, which I think is fine. Or massacre. And Moto, this is not the time for you to be slowing down and lagging. That Thoughtseize is pretty insane. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm fine with taking this hit. I'm going to say always no to both of those for now. I'll change that if need be. Awesome. And seems like we got the 5-0. Whee! Second trophy of the season. Now we're up here at the top with all the cool kids again. All right, I'm not going to do any sort of debrief tonight, folks. I'll make myself a little bigger for a second here. I'm not going to do any debrief on D&T tonight. Like, this is the same deck list that I've been playing. I think it's very good. You know, D&T has a little bit of trouble with Miracles and Grixis control, but otherwise it's good against most of the rest of the format. I'm going to be back on Saturday morning at some point playing with Orcish Lumberjack, shooting for around 9 a.m. Eastern time, but we'll see whether or not that's actually when I start. If you've enjoyed my content tonight, please consider following, subscribing, doing a donation deck list, or otherwise doing something to support the legacy community that I'm trying to build up here. I really am enjoying playing all of these donation deck lists. Tonight was Red Prison. Orcish Lumberjack shenanigans with Titania is always a lot of fun, and I think the deck is a lot better than people give it credit for because it actually does some surprisingly broken things. And it has some super lopsided common matchups. Like D&T basically can't beat that deck, ever. So I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night. And I'm going to send you over to Cyrus CG, who is probably playing some Storm. Night, folks. I'll see you Saturday.